BCB Live, the safest station in the nation, and Drive Safe Dave. We are joined today by another podcaster.
A celebrity.
A celebrity out of Denton, Texas.
Man, you guys are hyping it up, man. I'm just glad to be here.
You know what? We're glad to have you. And let me tell you something. A good friend, and you know how he's a good friend, Dave? We shared chapstick together today.
Yeah, I didn't think you were going to bring that up on the air. That's just like kissing. I don't even think that's
We are
fair.
in Las
No.
Vegas.
I'm making sure right now that if something starts growing here right now, Mrs. Larkin knows
I'm sure,
it's John.
I'm sure it's all
It
his
was-
fault. It
it
didn't
was
have
a
anything to do with what he's done all weekend in Vegas.
Let me clear the air. We just heard from Dr. Ben Carson, keynote speaker. He said it's all about helping others. So Rick was looking for some help, and I happened to be able to help him.
Man, I do appreciate it. Big help that is. Hey, so John, what we do on BCB Live, we speak to about safety. We want not just for the drivers, for dispatchers, for companies, for shippers, receivers, for everybody, that the safety of a driver is all of our responsibilities. Hey, what do you do on your podcast to kind of talk to the same subject?
Yeah, I'm fortunate to host a podcast called The Road Home, where we just really try to get in the air. And I know when you guys do your stuff, you think about, hey, what's that one listener, that one viewer that I can impact? So with The Road Home, I try to impact independent contractors, individual drivers. And I was, I don't know if you call it fortunate or unfortunate, Rick and Dave, to listen to a speaker at a safety conference about 12 years ago talk about distracted driving. He started off his segment with a collision at like a small town, four-way stop. And at the beginning of that hour, he said the person that hit that other vehicle was texting while driving.
Yeah.
There was a fatality. A 12-year-old boy was killed. Went through all the information, all the stats about distracted driving. At the end of that hour, he said that 12-year-old was my son. So as a result of that, I do some PA work at local baseball fields and stuff. I end every broadcast with, and remember, no texting while driving. So that's big for me,
Gotcha.
safety, getting these professional drivers, whether they're a man or a woman, back home safely to their family. Because I know, we all start off in the trucking industry, behind the scenes, operations, dispatch, and we all see how hard they work and how important it is for them to provide for their family and get home safe.
Yeah, and so much of the what happens with the drivers out there on the road, it's out of their hands. And Dave, I want you to talk a little bit about that, because it's in the hands of the dispatchers, of the trucking company, of the safety, of the office, those that support the drivers. We also have a big impact, right?
Yeah, and it's not just like, hey, it's not just picking up the phone and go, hey, drive safe today. It's
Thank
also
you.
about listening to what's going on, understanding your driver, have that relationship so you know that moment, that time when it doesn't sound right, when it doesn't feel right, so that that relationship's imperative. It is like a give and take, and knowing, hey, maybe is anything going on? What do I need to know? Or something's big coming up on their life, right? Some big moment, whether it be a grandchild, whether it be or it could be a graduation. They need to get home, right? They're worried about it. Keep them at ease. Always talk to the driver. Always be that part that is a calming factor in making sure that driver is safe, right?
Yeah, we're here at the TCA. There's so much technology around us. The exhibit hall hadn't opened yet, but Rick and I were just talking to Bob Perry, who's passionate about health and wellness in the trucking industry, because his father was a truck driver and had heart disease, obesity. So we were talking earlier about the importance of getting a good night's sleep and all these things. So to your point, Dave, if you're talking to a professional driver and they say, man, I'm just not feeling that great, I didn't sleep that good last night, maybe you switch up their load in dispatch. Or,
for sure.
You say, hey, you remind them or remind their fleet manager to stay in tune to what John, Susie, or Sally is doing on the road.
Hold on. Maybe you pick up the phone and call that shipper, and then it's the hottest load, and you say, it's going to be late.
Already?
It just is going to be. There's nothing that's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to be my drive. Well, the weather's fine. The driver didn't get any sleep last night.
Yeah, it needs an hour. It needs 2 hours.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's the honesty. It's the truth.
Yep.
Wouldn't you rather have a 2-hour nap than having somebody out there not being able to keep their eyes open, not being able to pay attention, and be less than 100% on the road all the time?
Well, hey, even us being in this time zone, we all live in the Dallas, Texas area.
Yeah.
We're 2 hours difference. The first night out here on the West Coast, man, my circadian rhythm gets out of whack. And yesterday, I probably wouldn't have not want to been on your air because I didn't sleep well, I didn't feel good. I slept a little. I got like 6 hours of sleep last night, so I feel a little better today. It makes a difference.
Hey, talk to me real quick about your podcast. Okay, how did you even get into that? Why a podcast?
Well, it started off with I'm a fan of podcasting. I like to consume content. In my ear, Dr. Ben Carson talked about all the books he read. I've never been diagnosed for ADHD, but I can't sit still and read, so I like to listen to books on tape or audiobooks. So I started doing some high school sports stuff in the Denton area with high school football, and then that morphed into some baseball. I started a podcast called Behind the Dish just to tell the story to impact those players, coaches, and most importantly, parents that are kind of over the top. And then I went to, it's a big deal. And then I went to some industry experts, said, hey, I'm thinking about doing kind of like what you guys are doing, an audio kind of like newsletter in podcast form for organizations. And that individual, Bill Webb, said, well, hey, I would like for you to do that for us. And he runs the Trucker Service Association that sponsors and presents the Road Home. And their members are made up of independent contractors, individual drivers. So we bring that to them once a month and bring, unique content, try to make it fun, informative. We talk about little 3-4 day vacations. Like I've had the president of the Kentucky Distillers Association on to talk about, hey, what's a great 3 or 4 day trip up through Kentucky, visiting some of the lakes. So it's not all about trucking. It's about getting their mind off of trucking. And it's been great. We're in our 3rd season.
Awesome,
on
man.
The road home. So.
Well, good deal. Hey, listen, we are at the TCA. You mentioned it. Lots of technology out here that we're going to talk to today. Coming up next, we have Corey, and you've seen him on here before, a little no-cell technologies.
That's right.
Drive Safe Dave, we got that. I want to thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man,
thanks for the
chapstick.
Dave.
Yeah. Hey, it's important to have fun in whatever you do, man. We're having some fun out here.
Yeah, you need to, and if you get a chance, come out and see John. He's here at the TCA. If you're out here running around.
Add-on systems.
Yeah, absolutely. Go there and say hi, shake it up, grab some of that stuff off the table, and run away.
And we're out of chapstick, by the way.
Last one right here. We're coming up next in about a minute and 20 seconds with more BCB Live. Go ahead and say it. Safest station in the nation.
Safest station in the nation.
Bam!
Bam. All right. All right, welcome back to BCB Live, safest station in the nation. Listen, we promise you technology, and guess what? We have Corey with no-cell technologies in the house. What's going on, man?
Oh, man, this is a great event for us here at TCA 2022.
You know what?
I noticed when you came by and you sat down, my phone stopped working. So I couldn't text, my phone wasn't working.
Well, that means because you're in constant motion, man, so that's what happens,
Oh, man, yes, the cell phone, no work when Corey's around. It's what he does. Corey, what does that even mean? Talk to us a little bit about your technology.
It's the industry-leading anti-distracted driving technology. When the vehicle's in motion, the fleet manager can whitelist apps, and the apps that they whitelist are available still on the phone, and the apps that they don't authorize are physically removed from the phone.
So that does mean, though, when the wife's calling, you can still answer the phone, right?
That's
between
you and your wife. Yeah.
I can still answer. So I didn't know, but some things work. And some things just don't work.
The apps that you want your drivers to have, maybe it's mapping, maybe it's an ELD, maybe it's something like that, those will still work just like normal.
No texting.
No texting, no Netflix, no TikTok videos while you're driving, all that dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
No Candy Crush while you're driving down the road.
We laugh about it, but we hear horrible stories every single day about, hey, the best driver I've ever had, 20 years in the making, and then he looks at his phone one time, answers the text, blows through an intersection.
100%.
Horrible.
Because it only takes that second, right?
Hey, five seconds is 120 yards, right?
Yeah, and we talk about distraction. It's probably the leading thing today with cause of accidents, right? It
Number
doesn't
one.
matter if you're too tired, but we're talking about a technological distraction, right? With a
Correct.
phone or the tablet or anything that you've got in your vehicle that can keep you from being 100% focused or worrying about,
Right.
right? Because
Yeah.
if it's not available to you, you don't tend to worry about it, right?
You don't hear any buzzes, beeps, or dings,
Yeah,
right? So you don't know
necessary.
who's getting back to you or who's posting something about BCB Live, or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, for certain. How long has No Cell been around?
We've been around for 5 years.
Oh, wow.
We launched in October of 2019.
Gotcha.
And we're growing, it's gangbusters right now.
And I will tell you that we were talking yesterday and I had some questions for you, and it was interesting. You're always continuously updating,
100%.
getting more, better fine-tuned to try to make it better for everybody involved.
Yes.
And one of the neat things that you were talking to me about, which I found exciting, was that you can tell by the proximity of the device, like if it's in the passenger seat or if it's in the driver's seat, that person's okay to use it over there, but not the person behind the wheel.
That's a release that's coming up here in the next 3 months.
You just
We'll
spoiled
be
it.
able to
There
tell-
it is. Spoiler alert!
There you
Spoiler
go,
alert!
hey. You will be able to tell the driver envelope, the passenger envelope, and then who's in the cab.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting that you can pick and that you can do that and still do the things necessary, but keep the driver safe.
Another advantage, you have long arms, though,
Yeah.
right?
We'll still know.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. No, nice try, sir. Rick.
What's up? Is that the big news we have going on? Anything bigger?
Big news for us
Woo!
was, it's huge. We just signed a partnership agreement with Nationwide Insurance. They have agreed to, thank you. 15 months in the making
Congratulations.
with Phil and his team, and they're going to push our product through their commercial lines and through their groups.
That means automobiles, right?
automobiles, trucks,
Wow.
you name it, as long as it
Awesome.
has wheels and an engine.
Anything, even the delivery or anything.
Last mile, final
Last
mile, everything.
Nice.
Right?
Wow, that's fantastic news.
So I'm gonna talk about this for a minute because we've seen it in many of our videos. Listen, it's not just the big trucks, right?
No.
It's
No.
those four-wheelers that we're seeing and challenged with out there today. That to me, that has to happen. What you just announced there, that's huge because that helps our drivers, the big truck
Yes.
drivers, the Class A CDLs. That helps you out when we, the four-wheelers who are in your way, that are cutting you off, that are doing all this, when we have that technology as well to keep us from being distracted.
Yeah, and I like that because also you bring a little bit more gift to the table to the unexperienced driver,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
You're talking about drivers out there and truck drivers. They're the most experienced drivers out there on the road, but they also have to deal with other straight trucks. They have to deal with delivery vans. They have to deal with the pizza delivery guy, right? Trying to make that hurry up and get that hot pizza.
Right.
And all of those people make sometimes bad choices by being in a hurry and don't have the years of experience behind the wheel, and you're helping them not be as distracted on the phone when we have seen it 100 times. Listen, those are fantastic stuff, but really ultimately when we talk down to it, what drove you to get to this point? Because let's be honest, this technology you just stepped into, how did you get there and why?
I heard about it from the founder who has a business on his own, and this is his passion, right? He does fine with his other business, right? This is his passion. He has 7 kids, 4 of them were in high school at the
Wow.
time.
Yeah.
There was a Texan and driving accident. He's like, this is not going to happen anymore. And I love that passion, right? And every day, every install we get, we potentially save a life, not only of the driver, but
100%.
the car they don't hit, right?
Wow. Yeah, great stuff, man. Awesome stuff.
We get up early every morning to make sure the drivers get home every night.
That's
it.
phenomenal, man. Let me tell you, this is the TCA, and this is what we see out here today, is technology, all sorts of technology geared towards keeping you safe, geared towards helping companies keep you safe. And now we see it, the technology geared at helping us keep you safe by putting that technology in the high school's hands, right? Into mom and dad's hands, because
sometimes a solution much needed, right? We need a little bit of help. And I'm excited about no-cell technology going out and making a difference in the industry and getting the insurance behind you, because you know what? It affects us all. And this is a problem across the United States. And I think not only you've offered a solution, but we still need to identify, we still need to figure out all this distracted driving through the technologies. We still have a long way to go, don't you agree?
We do. We have it, but I'm in no shortage of customers, right? Because there's so many trucks out there, and trucks and four-wheelers, and everybody needs to do less of looking at the phone and do more of looking out the windshield.
Absolutely, great way.
So I'm going to talk about this because I think your technology is big. So we think about what we talk about, and that's a hashtag in the street Texas. Have you ever heard of that? Hashtag
No.
in the street Texas. So listen to this. In the state of Texas, for over 21 years now, as of November the 11th, I think was the day, was 21 years, we have gone every day with a fatality on the road.
Yep.
For 21 years.
For whatever reason.
It doesn't matter,
Right.
yeah, big truck, car, pedestrians. And I think how much of that has to do with distraction. And when I hear this again, technology, I think, you know what, if we are going to ever in the street Texas, hashtag in the street Texas, it's going to take this kind of technology to help us, to help us put those distractions away, to put that cell phone away, because you can't use it. You know, you don't have any business, TikToking or watching videos or playing, a game on. There's no room for it.
Text message. I mean, it's so dangerous. And
Nothing.
There's no room for it, and we talk about it, and Rick brings up a great point, and the message in no cell changes the opportunity to even worry about it.
Yep.
I think that is in and of itself a huge leap when it's not dinging. It's not bing, and it's not
no
who is
buzzing,
that?
no beeps, no
buzzing,
dings.
no beeping, none of that. And you know what? That makes a difference.
Huge.
Hey,
Huge difference.
So if you're out here at the TCA, you're going to find Corey and them, and if you see the big truck, they're behind it.
Behind the truck.
Yeah, they're behind
the big truck.
Just like they're behind the positive technology. Just like they're behind you out there on the road, making a difference each and every day, right?
Hey, we've got a gift for you though. 'Cause we saw when you guys received your box for the no cell tags, and you had a little issue opening the box. So we had a knife.
Oh my
we had a knife made up for you so that you can actually open your boxes.
Man,
from
look
now
at
on.
that.
And
I like
it's
it.
etched with no cell. so you
etched
won't
with no
forget it.
cell. And we're going to show you that video one day because I couldn't open the box. That was the most well-prepared box in the history.
It was safe.
It was crazy.
Right?
It was safe.
Safe, yeah. It was safe from even the recipient.
What's not safe is a knife in my hand.
Yeah,
So we're going to come back to you with more BCB Live right here at the TCA, and we are, go ahead, say it.
BCB Live, safest station in the nation.
Bam! All right, welcome back to BCB Live, the safest station in the nation. Drive Safe Dave, what did you think about the opening show today, the guest, the keynote speaker at the TCA convention?
Well, I'll tell you what, Ben Carson always been a great fan, but you know what, as he spoke, you cannot just, everyone was awestruck by what he had to say. He brought up some great and fantastic points, not only in his personal life, but in business. And I'll tell you, I really, really enjoyed the way he brought about not only faith being important,
he brought it up about 5 or 6 times.
Yeah,
right?
and quoted many different quotes from the Bible. But not only that, it was fantastic, his idea and his belief system that we've got to be inclusive. It's okay to disagree.
Yeah.
You just cannot separate and create a definite problem within this country. You gotta have solutions.
Yeah, and one thing that he said, and he said many things, but probably the one thing that really hit home to me was when he brought up the goals, right? It's hard to hit a goal if you don't have one.
Oh, yeah.
And he brought that up, and it made me think about, the journeys of you out there on the road, Jave. And when you think about it, we tend to celebrate the 1,000,000 mile, the 2,000,000 mile mark accident-free, but there's a journey to get there. And I just thought about that. And I was like, what are we doing in our industry to help identify you when you're on mile 30,000? So we can hit some of these milestones, because you know what? That 31,000 mile, that next 500 miles you run safe, that's as important as that 1,000,000 miler.
Yeah, and the mile that you run right now today that's safe is just as important as the 1,000,000th mile that's safe. And we've got to understand that all we can do is impact the moment, right? And then look ahead and go for those goals and those plans. And I'll tell you, when he was talking today, and he was talking about best worst analysis, and he was bringing out, well, what are in the decision making process? I align that also as out there on the road, right? And when you go out there and you're out there, and when you get up in the morning, you look out and there's snow on the ground, or there's ice on the ground, or there's fog out there, right? And nobody else sees it but the guy there standing next to the truck doing the pre-trip, and it's dense fog. You've got to make those great decisions at that moment.
But that best worst analysis, that comes into play on the sunny days too. That comes into play when you're driving down the road and you find yourself following too close perhaps, or should you get up there and tailgate, run that best worst. You know what? If I do this, what's the best thing can happen? And maybe the answer, well, the best thing that can happen is I can get around that truck a little quicker. What's the worst thing can happen? Well, that car in front of that truck that I can't see in front of, the worst thing is that something jumps off in front of him, or there's an accident up in front of him or her, the truck driver. They stop and I run into the back of them. Maybe I take somebody's life. And that should be what helps you make that decision. Because then the other thing is this. Okay, well, if I back off, what's the best case? Well, the best case is, I'm not going to get into an accident.
Yeah,
I'm going to save somebody's life.
Yeah, and you got to. Those are real decisions, real moments, and it's not just for the drivers, right? It's for everybody involved in the industry, and from ownership down to every single individual that has to do with the company. You've got to make sure that you believe in the safety aspect, and you get to make those best, worst choices right then, right there. And let's take some of that pressure off, right?
Yes.
When we do make those best choices, let's get some of that off.
And think about that best worst analysis, even when you're hiring a driver. Okay, let's go back to that side. And this is for you, drivers. Listen, I've told you there's nothing more important than your safety, right? Than how you drive that truck, than your record. That's the most important thing. That's what creates the most value in you. And for a recruiter, for somebody at a trucking company, when you're looking at a driver and you have 15 open trucks, Dave. I just got to hire a butt. I got to put a butt in the seat. Well, you know what? When you run that best worst analysis on that, it's going to say, well, what's the best thing that can happen? And perhaps the best thing is, well, you know what? We have a truck filled. And if that's the only best, what's the worst case? Well, this driver's had a lot of bad accidents. Maybe the worst thing is that this driver gets into another accident and it ruins our company. It ruins what all of the other drivers have been doing. There is a case, you can do the best worst analysis for anything.
Right, and you can do it every single day, and you can do it on the choices that you make. I'll tell you what, I sat there and I wasn't distracted by anything while Mr. Carson was talking, and very, very humble too. When he spoke, he spoke. He's smart guy, neurosurgeon, smart guy, very intuitive about the people around him. And as I was listening to him, he had the audience captive. I mean, he genuinely had the audience captive. And I'll tell you that when he was talking, I really enjoyed the idea that he based his whole premise on how great this country is and how great you out there are making this country, and you have a voice, right? You have a great voice in your opportunity to make a change and do something great for this country. And I was so excited about hearing that. What was your best takeaway?
No, I'm telling you, it had to do with the goal part, because I think we take it for granted sometimes that, you know, we want to be the best, Dave. And, you know, if you want to be the best, and we all have our own different things on what the best means, well, you've got to have a goal. You've got to have a standard that you want to get to as a driver. I'm just going to say this. Do you want to get to that 3 million mark accident-free?
Absolutely.
And if you do, well, guess what? That means this year you're going to have to drive 90,000 miles accident-free.
That's correct.
And what is in trucking companies, what are we doing to help you achieve your goal?
Yeah,
because guess what? We play a part in your success.
Where we send you, when we
Yes.
send you, how we send you, how we get you there, not making you in a hurry.
We've got to be aligned with the goals. I mean,
Right.
I tell you, Dave, that goal thing is so huge. And for once, right now, goal doesn't mean get out and look. I'm talking about what are your personal goals, right? What are your personal goals?
Personal goals.
Where do you want to get to? Because we've got to hear that story, Dave. And when I'm thinking about that, I'm going out here now, and I walked around here after Dr. Carson spoke, and I looked for technology that helps us identify that together. And how important is that for us to be aligned in somebody's goal? No different than a trucking company, right? Listen, if you're having a problem out there with, let's just say with backing accidents, hey, well, guess what? If you don't talk to the drivers, if you don't ask them and let them know where you need help at,
Right.
how do they know to get out and look? How do they know all right, this time I need to be a little bit more careful?
Absolutely.
They don't know that. We've got to find ways to align ourselves in these goals so we can help each other achieve them. But Dave, one thing we heard that from Dr. Ben Carson. We hear it out here is that, you know what, has there ever been more attention, and we said this 6 months ago, we're going to say it again, around safety in trucking, in transportation?
Absolutely not. And you know, when you walk around here, it's one of the key notes in everybody's tagline out here. It speaks to safety.
Yeah.
That used to not ever be. And it doesn't matter what technology is out here, what it is or what it speaks to, and whether it's a telematic system or whether it's some other, they all speak now to safety, right? That's one of the most characteristic feature that they highlight is what it does for the safety within the company.
Listen, we have more coming to you here at BCB Live, and I'm just going to give you a little rundown. We're going to have some roundtables here. We're going to discuss fuel and what it's doing to you, the independent contractor, today. And Dave, it doesn't just start with the independent contractor. Let's be honest. That fuel right now is having a big effect on the amount of freight that's being shipped out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, and people are spending, they're being cautious on what they spend their money on. If you've got to pay $1 more for every gallon you buy, and you're paying more for the eggs that you buy and more for the milk that you buy, you're wondering what you're going to purchase next. And when you don't spend it on the goods and services that you normally spend it on because you're worried about the gasoline, it has a definite effect on the economy.
Yeah, we have David coming up with the TCA. He's coming up next. I may hop on with a little freight review because I want to look at it right now. I want to get on there. I want to see what can we show you about your market today. This is BCB Live, coming live from Vegas. Drive safe, Dave.
Yeah, here at the TCA.
And we're the what?
Safest station in the nation.
All right. All right, welcome back to BCB Live, safest station in the nation. This is our BCB Live's Freight and Review. Listen, it's your network out there, right? It's your industry. We got to make sure you know what's going on. And let me tell you something, we've been talking about volume all year. There is some definite changes going on, and I think a lot of it's going to have to do with that fuel. We have seen the volume throughout this year, really for almost a year now, stay very strong. And for the first time, we're seeing some major dips in volume. And if we pull the screen up here, I'm going to show you what we're looking like here. This is the outbound tender volume right now across America. And look at the dip we've seen since the beginning of the year, and really since about mid-January, February, we see the volume going at nearly 15,000 shipments a day, down today to under that 14,000 mark at 13,700. Is that area to be concerned? I'm going to say yes. For you, the independent contractor out there, you, the person that is thinking about buying a truck right now, a used truck, paying up here at that sky market level, that is not the time to buy it. Volume is definitely down right now. And when we think about that, that really affects that spot market pricing. Volume is critical to the spot market pricing. And when we go from 15,000 down to 13,700, it's a real hit on your volume. We look at the rejection rates coming up next, and the same thing is happening. Look, when 22, 23, 28% of your freight is being rejected, that means your spot market pricing is pretty high. Look at the rejections going down. We are down now at 16% of the freight being rejected. And it's not the crazy freight anymore. You know, it's in the course of a month, freight has changed that much. We've gone from a high volume down to now a percentage of rejected freight of right at 16%. Now, a big reason for the rejection of the freight, we do believe, is tying itself to that fuel mark. And when we look at the fuel pricing today at the truck stops, look at the craziness that's happened since, we saw it at February, the volume start going down. And look, volume of freight goes down as fuel prices go up. That's what we see. Because, all of a sudden now, with inflation and diesel price, fuel across the board, you're spending that excess income on your fuel. You're not ordering those clothes from Amazon anymore. You're not seeing the shipment count get there. That's a major concern. You're going to have to pay attention to your costs right now, you independent contractor. Company drivers, we're in the same boat. We have got high pricing going up right now on the fuel. High pricing on fuel is going to bring that shipment count down. It's going to bring that rejection rate down. We're back in the game again to where everything we do does count. Those bad habits you picked up last year, the bad habits you did in running how you want to run because freight rates or whatever and fuel's cheap, those days are done right now. Get your game in line. Make sure you're running your business the right way. This is Rick with BCB Freight and Review. We're coming back next with Dave from TCA's trucking convention here at Vegas. We're coming back in 60 seconds. Welcome back to BCB Live, the safest station in the nation. We're joined today with Dave Heller, Vice President of Safety and Government Affairs for the TCA. Dave, welcome to the show.
Hey, it's always great talking to you guys. You guys are a blast. This is going to be a great time.
Here he's ready to throw the curveball already.
No curveball. I actually walking around talking to a lot of people in here at the TCA, and it's like we mention your name because, you're our inside guy. They mention your name, and the first thing they all want me to ask you, do you like Heineken?
That's
the curveball.
That's the curveball. I went down. I didn't swing it down.
So no, seriously, in all seriousness, we talked when we were on the show a couple of weeks ago about what you do and about being out on the Capitol Hill. What are you working on out there for the trucking industry? I know you're a big part of what's out there lobbying for the right things. Let's talk about truck parking first.
Yeah, let's do it, right? That's the number one issue with drivers today. That's their biggest stressor, if you will, is finding a place to safely and securely park that truck. And it's driving them crazy. They're losing about 56 minutes per day.
It's crazy.
Looking for a parking spot. There's one spot for every 11 drivers on the road today. So it's clearly a stressor, and they shouldn't have.
Well, here's my tip: is quit looking because it's not there. We got to get it. It's not there. Yeah. Stop wasting your time.
It's not magic. That's why you're out there. Are we going to get the bill on something that? Are we going to get it attached to something?
The bill's got to get reintroduced, which is good, and it will. It's kind of a bipartisan issue, so everybody's getting behind it because they realize the essentiality of the professional truck driver. Yep. So that's the most important thing. It is. Yeah. I mean, we're delivering everything, right? We're delivering bread, water, food, medicine, you name it, and that makes the truck driver the nation's most needed commodity right there, so that they can continue keeping America moving. I think we will get truck parking. Infrastructure got done, approps got done. Now there's going to be some discretionary funds available to the states that may look to throw that at some truck parking issues. It's important to do that.
So they're going to use that. So basically you're thinking it's going to be done statewide and it's not going to be done nationally?
Well, there will be a state-by-state process, but we still need the national fix without a doubt. They need a home on the road when they're looking to turn the engine off and get some sleep or get some comforts of home, and I think they need those facilities.
Y'all do a great job up there talking on Capitol Hill. Let's talk about the TCA. What is it doing for? I mean, no, we're here. We're at a great.
Who are you?
Who are you? We're here having a great fun time, and we're not real sure. We got a lot of programs going out there. What is it y'all do? Really, what's your mission statement?
Turn your cameras around and look at everything that's going on. Right? Is we're a trade association whose collective sole focus is the truckload segment of the industry. Right. So 70% of this nation's freight moves by truck. 78% of that freight is on a truckload carrier. So we're the big dogs. We're hauling all those miles and traveling all those miles across the country, hauling every kind of freight there possibly is. So we're just a vast segment of the industry, and we represent that segment through trade shows like this, which allow carriers to come and see the wares, new technology that they may get exposed to put on their fleet. We want to improve safety in the industry and get our carriers to perform at a safer level. Remember, the job is to move freight from point A to point B and do so safely. So we want to educate carriers and provide them insight on how to improve their operations and be more productive. So we're doing a little bit of everything, and again, being the voice of Truckload on Capitol Hill.
So going back to the Capitol Hill, does Washington, or do they get it more today than they did 5 years ago? Or is there still a long way to go for them to see what we do?
Oh, they're getting it. They're getting it today. They really are. I think the message is really starting to resound out there. I think our legislators on Capitol Hill are starting to say they're seeing the value that the industry brings. And then the question is where does it go from here? Yeah, we have to get truck parking dollars. We have to figure out ways to make the driver's life easier. And that's basically what we're looking to do.
So as we talk to not only all the truck drivers out there on this show, we talk to the industry as a whole. What do we need to do as an individual or as a group? What do we need to do? Do we need to get a hold of that senator, that congressman, and say, hey, pay attention. Listen to what David's out there telling you, because I need you to find out. I need you to be pointed in the right direction.
Of course, and you guys aren't shy. By any stretch of the imagination, nobody will ever accuse you of that. And that's what it is, right? Using your voice, as an industry, we're massive.
Absolutely.
And we have a voice, and we need to use it. And use that voice on Capitol Hill. Use that voice with your state officials. Use it with your federal officials. That becomes the mantra, the calling card, because then they can see what the industry really needs, and truck parking being one of those top issues.
Wow.
Yeah, and you do make a difference out there on the road as well. What you're doing out there, the way you act, the way that you represent, and we talk about that, right, the image of trucking. Listen, we've got to keep our image up better than it's ever been before. We've got to make sure that we're doing the right things on the road, because then when you go to Capitol Hill, listen, we want to be there to make your life a little easier so you can get some of these things done. Our image, we have got to continue. We must continue to focus on our image because everyone looks at us.
Oh yeah, we're not hiding behind anything.
Yes.
Right? We're the front of the line. Everybody's going to notice the 80,000-pound truck that's going down the interstate, without a doubt. I mean, it's not a small vehicle by any stretch of the imagination. So we have an image to build, an image to uphold, and an image that continues to grow. And I think the whole COVID environment had shown how valuable the professional truck driver was to this nation.
You know, I'll tell you what I've enjoyed the most out here at the TCA this time and walking around was invaluable networking of not only looking at everything that's going out here, but meeting the people behind this stuff has really made a great difference for me. And bringing them over and interview them and talking to them really makes a difference. And I think y'all do a great job of pulling these guys together and putting them in a room and say, hey, figure it out, shake it up and figure it out together.
And it's a great show floor. I mean, there's tons of action, tons of people walking around. People are getting a lot of attention and having a lot of discussions, to say nothing of the fact, you know, they're reconnecting with friends they hadn't seen in a long time too. So it's a lot of networking, a lot of peer-to-peer interaction, so they get to openly share ideas and maybe focus on some problems that they may have and looking for somebody else that has the same problem. You know, that's kind of what this is all about. That's what a trade association does. It helps people solve problems, and that's what we do. We look to educate our membership, provide them with an environment where they can find those solutions.
Hey, Dave, we appreciate what you do for the Trucking Association, right? For us, the truck drivers, the truck drivers of America that are out there. We appreciate what you do, fighting for us, fighting for our parking, fighting to make our lives a little bit better out here. Y'all are the backbone, and I think it's important that you know that we recognize it, right? And what Dave's doing when he goes up to Capitol Hill, he's making sure that they also realize that you are the backbone. You make it happen. We can't have what we have without you out there, and we appreciate, we love what you do. Dave, I want to thank you for being part of BCB Live, and you got to say it. Here we go.
Hey, you're watching BCB Live, the safest station in the nation.
Bam! You knocked that one out. Dude, what was up with that curveball?
It's like Xander.
Bam. All right.
Hey everybody, this is Drive Safe Dave here at the TCA, and I've got a really special guest here. We're going to talk a little bit about viruses, but in a little bit different way, right? Hey,
Yeah,
Richard,
absolutely.
how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Dave.
All right, so introduce yourself. I know you're with TMS, but what is it you do there at TMS?
Well, TMS is an IT company that is now focusing on transportation. As you know, transportation is a really targeted environment for viruses and attacks. Along with that, as part of our packaging, we also have a dispatch and an IFTA manager, so we're not just an IT company, and that's really given us a depth, a real broad depth on understanding what the industry is dealing with.
Right, and let's get down to the really nitty gritty of this. It's all about really dealing with the vulnerability of all of our computer systems out there today, right?
Yes.
There's a huge vulnerability situation.
Everything. If you, we're still doing business in 2022 like we did in 1985. And if you haven't changed anything in 20 years, 30 years, 40 years.
So if I run it on 3.11, Windows for network groups.
The same rules. You could ping from a machine back then
gosh.
and attack in a machine back then. And there is, from that example, there's no difference between that and 2022.
So we have to have safeguards, much like we do in everything else. We've got to find a way to be safer with our information as we do with out there on the road. It's all about, we're talking about, right?
That's a part of it. We have to think about security, just like you don't let somebody who's drunk get in front of and drive away a load, right?
Absolutely.
Because you know what's going to then happen.
Bad things happen.
Bad things will happen.
Bad things happen.
But you have to think about security. It can't be something that you buy a box and glue it on, or pretend that, oh, it'll just take care of itself. It's got to be a thought and conscious process, and that's what we do for our customers, because most small operators cannot afford a security officer, an information officer,
Right.
somebody who understands data, somebody who understands backups and vulnerabilities, and where can things come in. So it's about holistically looking at the technology environment, and we wrap our clients in a protected bubble.
Yeah, so I'll tell you on a personal note, my wife doesn't work in the trucking industry, but she works in the different industry, and their systems was attacked and taken over, and they had somebody like you, and they were able to recover their systems, but it took a while, and it took a while. They had to go do I don't know, they had to do some purge, and they had to clean, and they had to do all kinds of crazy things to protect themselves. But what I do get from you is there stuff that we can do every day to change the way that we make ourselves not as vulnerable?
Okay, I'm going to get a little geeky.
Okay, come on, geeky.
Isolated backups. So you want to make sure your backups are not directly on the wire. If they're directly on the wire all the time connected, they're going to be attacked. And then when your network goes down, everything that's connected goes down.
Wow. So that means actually unplugging it and walking
Either
or timed out, right?
Yeah, if there's all different ways to do it.
Right.
I'm trying to keep it real, simple
Yeah,
and straightforward. If you're in a larger organization, generally you're going to run a virtual server, and you could do the backups on the hypervisor level, which means they get backed up.
What can I do personally? What can our guys do personally?
They can disconnect their backup after it's run.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
and literally have two backup drives, swap them out.
Okay, so here, let's get down to it. There's also things that we can do individually, right? Like not clicking on things we don't know about, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, the simple things.
Making sure your antivirus is up to date.
Always.
Right? It's built into the OS. You do not have to pay extra for it. There's not anything else.
You're right. Okay, so make sure you got your
make sure
boosted. You're boosted.
That's right. That's it.
Sure
you brought the virus in.
Make sure you're boosted. And you know what? What else can we do? I mean,
make sure all the updates are run.
Updates are run. Is there anything? Can we further educate ourselves? I mean, can we continue to learn? And not just stay ignorant to it. I think that's what a lot of us are guilty of, to be honest with you. A lot of us are just guilty of it. Oh, that's tiki geeky and what have you.
Somebody wants Wi-Fi in their office. They go to the local store, they buy an access point.
Yeah.
They plug it in and turn it on. Oh, look, it's all working. You just left the default ID and the default password on the device. So anybody who's driving by,
It locks in.
boom, and all of a sudden the FBI comes knocking on your door and says, we'd like to arrest you because somebody who was using your internet just attacked a hospital complex.
Unbelievable. And that can happen.
Has, not can, has. These are not, these
So
are
Richard,
real
if
events.
anybody wants to reach out and get a hold of you in this industry, how do they do that?
TMS Digital is the company. It's owned by Protected Harbor.
Okay.
Richard Luna at protectedharbor.com.
Richard Luna,
Luna
Luna,
at Protected Harbor, Protected, HARBOR.com.
all right. And if you have any questions, they can reach out to you anytime.
100%, happy to.
All right, and if you're here at the conference, make sure you run by your booth, right?
Yep.
And say hi. Get to know what's going on. Man, I appreciate you coming on. Thank
Thank
you
you so
so
much.
Richard. Hey, before you go, you have to say BCB Live, the safest station in the nation. You have to say it.
BCB Live,
The safest
the safest station
in the nation.
in the nation.
Bam!
Boom!
All right, guys. We'll be right back. Just a second.
welcome back to BCB Live, the safest station in the nation. We're here still at TCA, Las Vegas. I'm joined, and John, you probably know, I'm a big fan of John Kingston, FreightWaves. I really am. I love watching what you do on FreightWaves. If you don't know it, you at least act like you know it, John. You're the fuel expert.
I can kind of, BS my way through,
So talk to us a little bit. We're going to talk about fuel because, you the drivers out there, listen, I'm not telling you anything you don't know right now. When you're filling that tank up right now, that extra 300 gallons costs you an extra $1.25 a gallon. You're spending the money. John, before we get into the fuel, tell us a little bit, what makes you the expert on the fuel side?
Well, before I was at FreightWaves, I was, for almost 30 years, I was with an organization called Platts. When I joined it, it was part of McGraw-Hill. McGraw-Hill has kind of evolved to be S&P Global. And I did a lot of jobs there. I was the head of oil for a while, the head of news, the editor-in-chief of a publication called Oilgram News, and did a lot of TV work on Fox Business and CNBC. So I've been involved with oil for a while, and then I moved into a corporate role at S&P Global, where I still did some oil stuff, and then unfortunately got reorged out, which happens in the corporate world, and landed at FreightWaves. And certainly my fuel background, my oil industry background, in an industry where fuel costs are the second biggest expense after labor, came in handy. So I've continued to write about oil as well as trucking for FreightWaves.
Have you ever seen an environment like we're in right now regarding oil?
No, not this fast. I do go back. The two other times in my history that I would refer back to would have been the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait in August 1990, and the price shot up and then stayed kind of steady for a while, had some dips, and then once it became obvious that the U.S. was going to win that war quickly, it plummeted. The all-time high, well, the previous all-time high before now, in 2008, was, that was more of a slow climb. It started to drop pretty fast, and then you had the whole Lehman Brothers thing, and then it really plummeted. So this craziness of the past couple of weeks has just been, it is unprecedented, and I have not seen it.
Is there any relief in sight?
Well, I don't know. Here it is, we're sitting here on Monday, and I can tell you that the last I looked about an hour ago, the price of ultra-low sulfur diesel on the CME, which is the basic building block of the price you pay at the pump, was up like another 22 cents. It dropped like 97 cents in one day last week. It is just nuts. It really is.
So when we talk about fuel, and listen, it's for me on the freight side of the business, I'm just going to tell you is that when fuel goes up the way it has, we have seen a major decrease in the freight volume being shipped out. I just can't help but think that fuel, when it is doing what it's doing now, right? When we see these big jumps, it's taking away the extra spending from the consumer out there.
Let me tell you one little story that kind of emphasizes that. I used to go to a meeting called the Society of Independent Gasoline Marketers of America, and they run a lot of convenience stores. So the last time I went to one of their meetings was in spring 2008. That's when the price was really soaring. And you'd think like the high prices at the gas station, hey, maybe they're making a lot of money. These guys were apoplectic. They were screaming about the price because exactly what you say. The driver pulls up, he empties his wallet to fill his tank. He doesn't have money to go into the convenience store to spend. So that's a microeconomic case, and of course it's very close to the pump. But I think what you're saying is right on a more macroeconomic view too.
Gotcha. So I'm a big user of Sonar. The folks out there, when I do a FreightWaves or a BCB Live Freight and Review. Here we have it right here. And John, we're going to look at what we have here is the fuel, the retail to wholesale fuel spread. First, tell us what that means.
Okay, so this is a very simple chart, but I think it's very indicative. So FreightWaves does in Sonar, has a series called DTS.USA. We'll look at that in a minute. That's basically a retail series nationally, and it has a wholesale series called ULSDR.USA. And what we do is we just subtract the wholesale from the retail and shows you the spread. So if it starts to get out of whack, kind of too high, it means really that prices, that retail prices are a little bit high relative to wholesale, and they're probably going to come down.
Gotcha.
If it gets too low, it's the opposite. So last year, for example, where's 2020 here?
Here we go. We're all the way to April.
So you can see. You can see in April 2020 it got very high because here's the thing about wholesale diesel. Wholesale diesel prices will plummet with the spot price.
Gotcha.
Okay, we can talk about that for another half hour, but they do. So Exxon's wholesale price, Mobil, Chevron wholesale price, it does come down. retail prices are stickier.
Gotcha.
They're slower. So it got really high then. And then, it kind of came, this number tends to be in around the 1 to 105 area, occasionally a drop more. Well, look what had happened in the last couple of weeks.
Right.
What happened was the spot prices soared, the wholesale prices soared with it,
Gotcha.
and the retail prices were slow to react. So within a span of like 5 or 6 days, you had the all-time low.
Wow, yeah, right here.
Okay, I think that was 2 weeks ago tomorrow, and then within like 4 or 5 days, you had the all-time high as the spot prices and the wholesale prices plummeted. It's insane. I mean, this is really, truly historic what's going on.
That doesn't even make it. I'm just trying to fathom here. Here it is 2 weeks ago, all-time low, and here we are today, all-time high.
Right, because you had the wholesale prices. The wholesale prices had soared, and retail took its time to catch up. And then the commodity and wholesale prices plummeted, and retail really hadn't moved that much. So the retail numbers, can we just...
Yeah. Hey, give me DTS real quick. Sorry about that. Here we go.
Okay,
Bam.
So this is our retail price, and you can see it took a little while to take off, and then when it took off, it really took off, and then it kind of held steady for a while. Because right now, if you're a retailer, if you're filling, and some of these retail stations, I remember talking to the owner of one, a fairly big one time. He said he gets a new load every 13 hours. That's gasoline, not diesel.
Yes.
But how do you price it when your wholesale number is just going bananas like that? So you can see that kind of, even though it's been a little steady there the past couple of days, it's steady because they really don't know what to do.
Wow, that's insane. And when you think about this for the drivers, the independent contractor especially that's out on the road, well, the independent contractor, he's not protected or she's not protected with any kind of fuel surcharge. They play the spot market. It's great when it's great. And so I'm just going to say this, the spot market today is not bad. However, it doesn't take into consideration this. The increase of the fuel pricing at the pump, the independent contractor that way overpaid for a truck in the last year, the used truck that they're driving right now, I don't know how they're going to make it right now. I mean, if this sustains itself for another 30, 60 days, even close to this, I don't know how they make it.
Here's the thing. I mean, if it sustained itself
Uh-huh.
and held at a steady level,
Gotcha.
I would imagine that's easier. It's the volatility that kills
yeah,
it.
gotcha.
Because,
Yep.
because you might have
Makes
booked a
sense.
rate down here, assuming a price around here,
Yep.
and then it soars. I mean, if it went up to, let's say, 505
Yep.
and stayed in that range for 6 months, your spot rates would reflect
Gotcha.
that. But it's when the price soars and you've got spot rates booked in. One of the things I do is I do listen in on some of the trucking company earnings calls, along with my colleague Todd Maiden. And what's fascinating is in this past quarter, they really didn't talk about fuel prices at all because they have a very efficient fuel surcharge. They pass it on. Now, if you listen to like the earnings calls or the comments of CEOs at the big shippers, oh yeah, they'll tell you. So the fuel surcharge is really, I think the fact of who's talking about it on their earnings calls tells you how efficient it is at pushing the prices to the shippers.
Yeah, that's definitely, the shippers, they feel the pain, right?
Oh, yeah, very
on this
much.
right here. And again, the consumer and we're not even talking the big truck, the consumer buying gasoline right now, they're still filling that tank up, spending extra money at the fuel right now. It keeps them from buying cost of goods out there. And we feel, I mean, I'm telling you, we saw that when we looked at the freight and review today. We saw the volume jump, and it wasn't just a month and a half ago at 15,000, and now it's at 13,700. The volume it's crazy to see how much less volume is going on right now than it was a month ago, let alone 6 months ago.
I mean, you could argue that people got tired of buying stuff and they bought stuff a long time ago, but to have that kind of a drop at the same time that fuel is soaring, the chances of that being coincidence, pretty small.
Wow. Hey, John, I want to thank you for being on BCB Live. We're the safest station in the nation, and we come here with folks like John, because you bring some validity to explain to the drivers out there, what's going on in here. And listen, it doesn't make it any easier on them. You're still going to pay that price at the pump. John, I don't know, before we close this, what's your advice to the owner-operator out there?
That's a tough one. Well, let me just give some numbers that I think that are significant. Because there's a lot of political blame. It's Joe Biden's fault. It's this kind of thing. I think there's a really good number that really sticks out. So the world oil market is a little less than 100 million barrels a day, every day. Okay. There's going to be about a drop in demand. more than the demand is going to go up this year less than they thought because of the price. The International Energy Agency, which puts out a monthly report and everybody looks at it, okay? They came out with their report last week and they said that as a result of companies and countries refusing to take Russian oil, that's going to knock about 3 million barrels a day of Russian supply off the market. They're just going to have to shut it in. There's nothing they can do with it. That's a lot. A 3% sudden loss of supply in a balanced market is a lot in the commodity world. And so, how do you make up for that 3 million barrels a day? There's not a lot of good ways. If the negotiations with Iran are successful, then they can maybe bring in another million to 1.2 million, 1.3 million. Maybe you can kind of turn your eye to what a miserable government in Venezuela is. You take off some sanctions, you get another 200,000 to 300,000 barrels a day. How do you film the rest of that 3 million barrels a day? Well, unfortunately, the only way you do it is demand destruction. And demand destruction happens when the price gets so high that people stop using it as much as they did.
Wow.
You're seeing it in the OTVI. That means fewer truck trips.
Yep.
So I don't have any really good notes out there for an independent owner operator. I really feel for them. I would say that the craziness that you've seen now is that kind of volatility is so beyond anything that anybody has ever seen that it wouldn't continue. I would think that at a certain point you'll get some stability in rates, stability in prices. They may be very high prices, but ultimately freight rates are going to have to reflect the price of fuel.
Yeah.
I mean, if they don't, then a lot of trucks will get put on the fence and then the rates will go up. So it's the volatility that's got to be killing them.
And it's not as simple. You can't just turn the switch on here in the United States and start producing this, right?
No, I mean, look, the U.S. is expected to produce about an additional 900,000 barrels a day this year over last year. That's a good amount. That's about 7%. So, a few years ago, if you look back at the numbers, the production numbers from like 2017, 2018, the U.S. was producing more. It was producing over 13 million barrels a day, and now we're at around 11.6. Well, what happened? Well, first of all, you had the pandemic. But the other thing is, a few years ago, they were generating no free cash flow. They borrow lots of money, drill lots of wells, produce lots of hydrocarbon, take their profits, pay it all back in debt, use the whole 100% of the profits to pay back debt. No free cash flow, no dividends. This is utterly unsustainable. And the industry is quite clear on this, that they're not doing that anymore. They're gonna operate like grown-ups. They're gonna have a business model that produces free cash flow, that pays dividends. So they're not looking to stick that many holes in the ground. But even having said that, the estimate is another 800,000 to 900,000 barrels a day this year versus last year.
Hey, John, I want to thank you. Very knowledgeable. Love having you on the show. Again, I'm going to tell you, big fan of you. Watch you all the time on Freight Waves. Don't forget to watch John on Freight Waves as well. This is Rick and John. We're here at BCB Live, Las Vegas. We'll come back in about 60 seconds. All right, welcome back to BCB Live, the safest station in the nation. We're joined today, Drive Safe Dave. Go ahead. I love when you do the introduction. So just watch and admire this guy real quick.
Owner Operator of the Year candidate, basically going to be announced, tomorrow night? Tomorrow night. We've got 3 finalists. This is one of your heroes out there, Glenn.
For
Glenn,
sure.
how long, I mean, we were sitting here talking numbers. How long are we really talking? How many miles right now with Prime? How many miles have you driven safe?
I've got 4 million with Prime.
4 million.
4 million, man.
Miles.
Great job,
We got
man.
him standing up out here in the galley.
Great
And let me
job.
ask you a question. And if you had to go all the way back to the original days, how many miles are we talking?
5.5 million.
5.5 million.
And those aren't paid miles. Those are
those are
paid miles.
Those are paid miles. Those aren't actual running miles. But and if it was actual running miles, we're around 8.
I'd be around 8. Yeah.
About 8.
Everybody, all the owner operators like, yes, amen.
So Glenn, the reason we want you on here, and I'm just going to come right out and say it, we want to talk to the heroes that are out there and focus on some of the reasons why you do what you do and how you do what you do.
The main reason I do what I do is because it puts food on the table. And, I got a 9th grade education, and I make money that executives make driving a truck.
And you talk about that, but if it wasn't successful and you didn't do it so well, you sure wouldn't have been in it so long.
No.
And it sounds to me like to be nominated, this isn't your first time to be nominated, is it?
No, it's my 4th time.
Wow.
4th time to be nominated as an owner-operator. So you're obviously doing something right, and you're doing something right not only by the company you're with, but people are recognizing you for the things that you do. And I want to personally say thank you for all the service that you do and the things that you do out there on the road. I'm telling you, from one driver to another, you're absolutely somebody that needs to be looked up to, and I got to get some stuff from you. I got to go, people got to go out there, and when we talk about you right here, what are you doing today? Are you running all 48, or what are you running?
I run all 48 in all Canada.
All 48 in all Canada, baby. Wow.
Yeah, I did a dedicated run from Miami to Northwest Canada and back for 5 years.
How was that? You get any miles?
That's 7,200 miles a week.
Not by himself. He's running team with his wife. Okay, I just want to know the safest station in the nation. We're not saying do that as a solo.
Right.
But I do want to hear this. What does safety mean to you when you're out there on the
absolutely.
road? Talk to us a little bit about what you do with the safety and how you make it happen out there as you're driving each one of them miles.
Well, safety is the number one calling for all of us.
Thank you.
Safe. You're safe. Other people are safe. And the biggest thing by driving a truck safely, it keeps your money coming in. I wouldn't have got nominated for this if I wasn't a safe driver.
Yeah.
And it's just safety is the thing you got to do. I mean, and to stay safe, biggest thing is just pay attention to what's going on around you.
Yeah, we talk a lot about situation awareness, knowing that your situation's different right now than it could have been 5 minutes ago,
Yes.
right? You're in traffic, and you have to watch that speed and space.
Yes.
Talk to me about, because I think this is something that we have to continue to educate the younger drivers on.
Correct.
On speed and space. How important is that really?
It's extremely important because you see these 60, 70, 80 car pileups in the last few years. Biggest thing is stay away from people. Stay out of groups. Stay out by yourself. And people will let you know when they're going to do something stupid if you just pay attention to what's going on.
Wow, I like
They put
that.
up the red flag.
I
Hey,
like
I'm fixing
it.
to
Yeah.
go.
Yes, they
I'm fixing to
will.
go exit here all the way across the highway, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is, obviously you've been doing this a long time, you have a lot of patience and a lot of going on. What is the big pet peeve for you out there that I want to know? What is the one thing you just have to do this every time you see it? What is it?
The biggest pet peeve I have right now is other truck drivers that they get in front of you and try to take your hood off when they're coming back over.
Oh my
They don't wait till they're way past you. For no reason, they just come over.
You flash them over yet, right? They're just coming over.
They're just coming over.
They don't. Do you think it's because they don't have the experience to know how deep they are, or do you think they just don't care, or what do you think's going on?
I think they just don't care because it never used to be that way.
Well,
it's just recently that it started happening.
I think it's training. I think we get them out there, and you and I, and I'm going to tell you as personally, I don't believe drivers are really understand what's going on until they've seen 2 seasons twice.
Correct.
I mean, not just one season, because you can have a mild winter.
Right.
You ain't gonna get through 2 of them mild.
Right.
I mean,
I
and
agree.
you're gonna see them both, and I think that experience that you have, Glenn, is imperative to know about what's going on.
Yes, it is. Well, the thing of it is I believe there should be an apprenticeship program.
Yeah.
I like that.
You should start, at least a minimum of a year on somebody else's truck.
Yeah.
And a graduated deal up to it, where a lot of companies right now, and people are going to hate me for this, but they're paying people coming into the industry money that it took me a long time to get to. And once they get out on their own, they find out they're not making the money they were making as they were training.
Well, I'll tell you that I want to talk to you about one of the other things. You run team with your wife,
yes.
right? And how does that work? How's that worked out over time?
It works out great for the most part. It gets interesting in that cab some days.
You can't get away either.
No, you ain't got nowhere to go.
Oh no. Yeah, do you still get into trouble inside the cab? Do you ever get in trouble?
Oh, I get in trouble on a daily basis.
But you get out of it.
Yes.
You get out of it. What is it? What's the secret to getting out of it for you? Well,
Glenn, the thing about it is I've been married to the same woman for 40 years. And we both get over it. 5-10 minutes, we're done with it. We say what we got to say, we get it out, and then we're done.
That's great, and to know that you work with your wife and do all that kind of thing over the road and over teams. How is the industry, do you think, has changed towards safety, and let's say in the last 20 years, or last 10?
I think that the companies are focusing more on safety, but I don't think we got too many new drivers that don't have the experience for the safety that's out there.
So I mean, there's a lot of people out there that don't know yet, but I think with guys like you and the leadership roles that y'all take,
right,
and to celebrate the successes, because I don't think they have the heroes that we had. Remember back in the day, I remember driving back in the day, and there were guys that I looked up to that were been around a long time. They knew what they're doing. It was word of mouth. We talked on the CB.
Right.
I knew their handles when I heard them on the CB. I wanted to know what they were doing, where they were going.
Right.
They knew what they were doing, and it was that apprentice program that you're talking about kind of was going on.
Right.
And because they told you, and they weren't afraid to tell you what you were doing wrong.
Oh no.
They'd tell you on the road right away, right? They'd get out there and say, hey, keep that thing in. I mean, they wouldn't let you get away with murder. And I think what you're talking about here is the same thing. I think we need to get with these guys in that training program, that apprentice program you're talking about. But I think it goes farther than that. I think we need to involve them more and get them trained and talk about safety, because that's really what it is. And they need heroes. And guess what, Glenn? You may not know this. You speak very humble of yourself, but you are one of those guys being nominated 4 and 5 times out here on the floor today. You are one of those heroes, man. And I want to appreciate everything you do for us.
Thank you.
Because it matters, and it should matter. It should matter to you, and it should matter to every single person that's involved with you. I hope you got 900 handshakes today.
Oh, I have. Yes.
Isn't that awesome?
Yep, it is.
It's
a
awesome.
lot of appreciation for what you do, and we have drivers. Let's say watch this right now. Are the workforce of America? Those that are heroes out there. Do you feel right now like a hero? Say, as opposed to, say, pre-COVID? Have we forgot about it? Because I know everybody during COVID, there was thank a truck or thank a driver. Is it still there, or is it?
It's gone. It went away. Driving a truck on the road right now is probably the worst time I've ever had to drive one. Yeah. You have no place to eat at night. Truck stops closed 7, 8 o'clock, or the restaurants closed 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the evening. My wife drives nights. Most times she can't find nothing to eat. And it's just, I think since COVID, people forgot how to drive. Wow. It seems like they do more stupid stuff now than they've ever done before.
Yeah, we've seen it. We see it. Talk to me about truck parking. We continue to talk and to work with David Heller over at the TCA as well about the truck parking situation. We see the trucks on the side of the road, and we spend a lot of time educating those outside the trucking industry that, when you see them parked on the side of the road, on the ramps, they're not there because they want to.
No, they do not want to be. There is no parking. If you're not in the truck stop by 5 o'clock in the evening, you might as well keep driving, because you ain't going to find parking. I'm lucky because I run team. We run around the clock. We don't have to find parking. But, shippers and receivers are going to have to, we go to shippers and receivers, got lots for 500 trucks, and they got 50 trucks sitting there, but they won't let us park there. A lot of these big cities could put in just a gravel lot, in the city limits right outside. charge each customer, each company in that town $10 a month, and they could pay for security to be in that lot.
Yeah, we talk about the city of Dallas. I mean, and you think about Dallas, and for those of you that don't drive a truck, you would think, well, there's got to be parking all over the place. And Dave, there's not.
No, there's
no parking.
There's no parking anywhere, and I don't think it's just Dallas. I don't think it's just Dallas.
It's all the big cities.
It's all the big cities, and you know what? They don't want to invest in a truck parking, but we've really got to talk to this, and we've got to find a solution, because if we want people to be in this industry and we want them to excel and be safe, right? Because
correct,
being safe, truck is a nice, safe place to park. Is imperative in wanting to be safe every day.
Right.
Because if we're going to take care of the drivers on the road, we need to take care of them off the road as well. And I'll tell you, you talk about your wife driving out there at night when you're in the sleeper, and she does, let's say, have to pull over and stop and go to the restroom or what have you in those places. It's important you got to feel that she's safe too.
Yes, it is. And rest areas, they got them jammed up so much you can't even get in them at night. She won't stop at them no more because of that reason.
Yeah, they're full.
I mean, they actually block the exits and everything else where you can't even get out.
Yeah, so it's truck stops.
Yep.
And you got to go to the fuel aisle.
Yep.
Because there's no place to park, so you got to run through the fuel aisle real quick.
Yep.
So just to go to the restroom.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff, isn't it? And you know what? I hope that you, when you have this platform, not only say thank you, but you also have the opportunity, because you know what? Everybody's listening to you right now, Greg.
Right.
So if you have an opportunity, man, I challenge you to say, hey, these are just some of the things that we see, because I think people will listen to you.
Correct.
And right now, when you grab them by the hand, they say, hey, thank you. Say, hey, what are you doing about truck parking?
Right. No, for sure. My mouth runs, I guarantee you.
No, I know. I've heard you. You are a character. You're not afraid. Hey, he's not afraid to tell you what he's thinking. No, I promise you, he's already told me 2 or 3 times. So.
Hey, I just want
to. And if I'm afraid, I just have my wife do it, because she ain't afraid to say nothing to anybody.
Hey, I do want you to see this. You know what? We are the safest station in the nation. And I want to say thank you for being part of the safety show. Look at the shoes we have on over here.
Oh.
You know your safety when you have a colored shirt on. Dave, show us your shoes. He's not so much.
Mine are slip-ons.
I'm from the bottom up, baby. Bottom up, we're about safety. I appreciate those shoes. I appreciate what you do. Sincerely, we got to do this before we close out of here. We need you to say your name and say thank you for watching BCB Live, the safest station in the nation.
Hey, my name's Glenn Horak, and thank you for watching BCB Live, the safest station in the nation.
Yes, sir. Man. If you haven't voted yet, here it is right here. Hey, a candidate right now, Driver of the Year.
That's right. And if you're walking around the TCA, make sure you shake his hand and say thank you for the years of service and the quality of work done. All right, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank y'all. Be good. All right. We're out. Welcome back to BCB Live, the safest station in the nation. Drive Safe Day. We are joined by another two special guests. We have Glenn Spangenberg with Locomation. Dadgummit. And here we go. We have Don Christensen from Christensen Trucking, where the truckers truck.
Hey guys, welcome. And you know what, TCA, what do you think so far this year?
Great show this year. Coming off of September, so it was a short period of time that we all got back together, but probably one of the best shows. A lot of the excitement around, everybody just being back together. Unmasked,
and what a great keynote speaker today. Did you get to hear it?
Oh, Carson, beautiful.
Man,
yeah,
what a great speech from him. Very emotional. Glad y'all are here. So, Rick, you want to find out?
Here we go. We had a big announcement.
Yeah, what is it?
But hold on a second. So here we are right now, and everything we do right now is about the AI, right? It's about safety. Everything we have, and yesterday there's an announcement last night about, and Don, he's kind of, I can see, Don was strutting around this place like, Rick, I got a big announcement tonight. I'm like, what's he up to? And tell me what happened yesterday.
So last September, we met with Locomation. I've got a good friend of mine, Daryl Wilson at Wilson Logistics, had signed with them 2 years ago. And so we'd been following their product. We met with them last September. They came in, they looked at our network. We talked about what autonomy could do for us, what Locomation brought to the table. And we thought it was the right time for us to get in line. Everybody thinks it's way down the road. But way down the road, if you wait until then to make a decision, you might be the guy at the end of the line instead of the guy at the front of the line. So we're really excited to be working with Locomation, and the product that they're putting together stacks on top of what safety investments we've already made.
Gotcha.
And
tell us a little bit about what that means on the automation side.
You bet. So Locomation is in the autonomous truck business. Pure and simple. We're shooting for a single solo driverless truck to be out on the road. And it isn't that the drivers are excluded, it's just that the machine will do what it needs to do and work for the driver instead of vice versa. Our first instantiation of the product of autonomy is an autonomous follower. An autonomous follower is now led by a human driver. It can learn doing what it needs to do while the driver is ensuring the safety of the convoy. So you got a driver who's off duty not driving in the follower vehicle, and a driver who's on duty driving in the lead vehicle, using up their hours of service. And
we're talking platooning, right?
We're talking convoy.
Convoy.
There you go.
A two-truck. Right, and it's not an illegal thing. It's actually, because convoy used to be an illegal thing, but we're talking about two drivers, two trucks, one at a time, running down the road and getting more miles than ever before, being more productive than ever before, right? And doing things a little bit different than ever before. We're still got two trucks and two drivers, right?
Right.
So,
two trucks, two drivers. It's a quality of life improvement too.
Wow.
We've already been heavily invested in automated braking systems, lane departure systems, mirrorless camera systems. We're investing in technology. And so when we looked at what Locomation was doing, we said, this stacks on top of what we're currently doing.
wow.
But it also is going to create additional capacity for our customer, allows us to be denser in the lanes that we want to serve. And it's not a replacement for the driver, it's providing another level of safety for the driver, a more quality of life. The driver can be home more often. Even the lead truck, even though the driver's there, he'll still be able to use some of the autonomous portions of that.
Wow, that's great. So you're actually enhancing the driver's basically overall experience. Not we're out there driving it, but still behind the wheel on the lead vehicle, right? Still out there making what needs to be done, feeling in control of the autonomous vehicle, leading the convoy, right? And then when this driver goes down for sleep, the other driver gets up and leads the convoy. So actually, always a driver's leading, right? And y'all are enhancing the whole thing to make it better for everybody.
in the beginning especially.
That's right.
So, think about what we talked about earlier today, autonomy that's going to take those drivers out. All those situations that we know we need a driver there for, flat tire, road breakdown, you name it, right? Whatever, right. An accident that reroutes, all that stuff that we have to, you can't plan for in advance. We've still got a driver in the cab that can take over that and make those decisions, communicate with the back office. As simple as, hey, we're not going from Nashville to Atlanta now, we're going from Nashville to Macon. I got to change that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Talk to me about the driver. So you talk about the not the lead driver, the one in the back that's trying to sleep back there, right? I mean, there's got to be a learning curve. Talk to me about the learning curve, what you see in that driver that's sleeping, trusting, that the lead driver in my truck is doing the right thing.
Absolutely. So our model is much like a team operation. The only difference is each driver has their own fart cab, as they're affectionately referred to it. And so while you've got a driver leading, you have a driver that's also in the back of that bunk that also has to trust the leader driver. Okay, so in today's environment, that's how they do it. And while I'm sleeping in your driver, I'm trusting you. I have to. Right? And so it's really kind of the same thing. The difference is that when I'll call it this way, when the man meets the machine and owns the machine, there's a whole different relationship between the technology and the human. Wow. So as I get more comfortable with my truck, it's my truck, and as I get more comfortable with its ability to do what it does, and I might start out by maybe getting over into the passenger seat and just observing while we're following the leader driver. I might every once in a while get a little bit antsy, but at some point I'm going to go back and I'm going to totally not pay attention at all to the driving function. And by the way, then when I get tired, I'm going to lay down and go to sleep.
Yeah. Wow. That's
and I listen to it. And what I do like about this is that you're going to answer some of the questions we all have. Some of the questions I have, like if the truck breaks down, and they do. Who's going to set the triangles out if it's running out there by itself? Who's putting those out by law? And you've already answered that, right, guys? Because you have a driver in the truck. You guys are going to solve some of these difficult problems that I think this industry is going to have to figure out, right? Eventually, right? When are you getting these?
When?
Yeah.
So within the next couple of years, we think we'll have autonomous vehicles on the road platooning. Wow. All right.
Wow.
But the real answer to that is when Locomation says it's safe. That they've got the product and it's available and it's ready.
I like that.
When they're ready, we're ready.
Got it.
When they're ready, we're committed to being 100%. So they also bring a product that's load optimization. So they look across all of our customers, all of our network, and they told us where we could gain capacity and density and run 2 trucks, leaving our terminal at the same time, day in, day out, deliver the same 2 loads to a hub spoke type terminal. So we're already going to gain benefit between now and the first time we put an autonomous vehicle on the road with the load software, optimization software that they already have.
So Glenn, the answer is, so now, in other words, Don's saying, Glenn, give us the answer. When's that going to happen?
When's that happen?
Absolutely. So I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you what the steps are to get there. And it's called the safety case framework.
Gotcha.
And we all have to do this. So anyone who's in this autonomous space, we don't even refer to ourselves as competitors. We have an obligation to get this to the starting line. All of us do. Because if right now we were to say, okay, we're all fighting, but they're not fighting for market share. These systems aren't going to be out for a while. We still have regulatory barriers to hurdle. We have safety issues to hurdle. We either rise or fall together, in the autonomous truck space, and we must succeed at this for the clients that we serve. So the answer is when we can prove it. Now, our estimate for when we're going to be able to do that is end of 2023. We'll deliver the first systems to Darrell Wilson. Well, it's a smaller problem to solve when you have a human-guided convoy. You don't have to plan for all of those other things. You literally have to plan for where the loads And you know, do you have the drivers who are certified, and can we get them trained in that sort of thing? So we'll do that.
So when you talk about that, Don, you bring up a great point. Are the customers, when you talk to them, you got to go to them, right? And you got to talk to them about, hey, I need 2 loads leaving at the same time, going at the same place for delivery, right? You're talking about that.
Right. So, but think about that. You got some customers that can do that. Right?
Absolutely, drop it.
So we think some of our early adopters are going to be factory to DC.
Gotcha.
So I've got a lot of customers that manufacture in Middle Tennessee, and they have DCs that are 500 miles out, right? They're more than likely going to have 2 loads going to the same location at the same time.
I like
but
that.
Also, I've got smaller shippers that are shipping out of the Nashville market, and they're going to a similar location. So, you know, it's that middle mile we're going to solve first, and that's one of the big reasons we picked Locomation.
Wow.
Is we think we're going to learn together, but the first thing we got to do is get more vehicles on the road. Because they're not taking the driver out on day one, they're going to get on the road quicker. We're going to have a faster learning curve. We'll be able to pull our customers into that conversation earlier. So I could have customer A and customer B still shipping out of Nashville, both going into one of the 6 lanes that we've developed that we're going to target first.
And
they can still go together.
Yeah, for certain. And then the optimizing part that,
Yes.
that you're talking about. I mean, you need that optimizer too, because it knows how to route the trucks here that are gonna pick it up and platoon it, or convoy it over to that hub area, right?
Right.
You need the intelligence, you need that optimization on that. Don, do you feel as well as you continue to grow your company that you're gonna be able to bring a younger driver into the market because of that technology?
We do believe that we're going to bring a younger driver because they're used to technology. They want to be in an environment where they can utilize technology. We think this will even change the description of what a CDL license holder is, and it's going to be more. Think about your commercial airline pilot, right? Airlines have had autopilot for the last 50 years, but they don't take the pilots out of the plane. They can take off and land on their own right now. But they don't take them out of that. So we think that it goes from an unskilled labor position to a skilled labor position. We do think there's a lot of training that's involved to bring those drivers on. It's easier to train a younger driver that's used to technology than an older driver that may fight technology.
Great
younger
point.
driver trusts technology more than I would, because that's what they grew up in. They believe in it. They think it's part of their life, and it should be this way. When I'm sitting there going, whoa, tap the brakes. How do I get?
What is this Apple Pay thing?
Twitter? What is this? I'm trying to tweet, and I'm not even sure how to do that yet. So. Yeah, so you got this whole, what an interesting way to look at it. I don't think I've looked at it quite like that, but y'all bring a great model to the table that a lot of people are going to be looking at. I believe that.
That's exciting.
So I think one of the questions that came up last night at the press release was if we thought it would help the 18-year-olds to gain entry. Well, that's getting ready to change our whole world, right? And where we recruit, well, think about being able to walk into a high school and start training somebody on an autonomous simulator, and then going into an autonomous
100%.
vehicle. The skill set's a little different, right, than what we have today. I think an 18-year-old can get excited about that skill set.
I think so as well. I think you're reaching another group out there, right? You're talking, and you're 100% accurate too.
I really do look at this like the airline industry as well. It's a skilled, it's a different position, and that's what these kids, they get it, they understand it. They're not going to fight it. Matter of fact, it's less work. They're probably going to jump all over it, right? They're like, heck, I don't even have to drive very much. I'm all in.
And I love to sleep. Hey, I've been practicing this all my life.
I've been going on ride-along vacations with my family and sleeping in the back seat till we get there anyway.
I'm all in. I'm good.
I can
But-
text and drive.
But they do say that Generation Y, I think, is what we're up against. They're looking at the college side now. They're saying, and this is the big question right now. I was at a seminar there talking about this, is that they now look at the cost of college, and they're like saying, they're trying to justify that. Now this is that age group that says, well, if I can go drive right here and take advantage, make a great living and not spend $120,000 on college,
Or more.
I'm all in. Yeah, or
Right.
more, right? I'm all in. So it's something they're looking at today, that younger group, and we've got to, that's what we're dealt with. It's what's coming in.
So tell us, because I think we've talked about how we're going to start, right? But I'd like for Glenn to explain, 2 drivers, 2 trucks, to what the next step would be.
Right.
1 driver, 2 trucks.
Wow.
Think about
Right.
that and the
Drone
earnings
follower.
income.
Yeah, spectacular. So our goal, when I started out, I said our goal is to really have a solo driverless truck. Ultimately, to get there, you have to have literally billions of miles to test out all the various scenarios. Have you ever heard this one? Driver comes in, I thought I'd seen it all until today.
Yep.
And I just saw something different. Well, these machines have to be taught. They don't learn. People think that they learn, through machine learning or whatever. That's not true. What happens is in our convoying model, the leader truck is actually in shadow autonomy mode. So it's constantly saying, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why did you talking to the driver? I would have done this. I saw something different. And every time that happens, it snips out that event, sends it over to the developers. They understand it and they program to it. And so they're working on all of these, what they call edge cases. The long tail of the problem isn't, how do I not hit a pedestrian who's crossing the street? It really is more, what do you do when the knucklehead throws the dog out the window? Those sorts of really weird things. And so learning under real commercial operational modes, there's nothing like it, because number one, they'll be making money. Number two, they'll be paying for the technology. And number three, the shippers are going to get a tremendous lift because of the carbon reduction. They've been working for years trying to figure out, how do I get, lower the carbon emissions from my diesel purchase transportation. Now they have a story to go tell their shippers, and it is 22% reduction, and that's a step function.
Why is it a 22? Wow. Tell me why it's a 22% reduction. Tell me why.
You bet. So number one is the fuel economy. In a convoying model, you get about 8% combined average fuel economy. Been proven. You can go to NACFE, you can go to Mesilla Valley Transportation Solutions, and they all have the information that proves that out. So that's number one. Number two is the driver pay. So when they do their swapping or their off-duty, or you have your drone follower with no driver, you now have 2 trucks running with 1 driver, and so you reduce about 37 cents a mile on average for the 500-mile lengths of hauls that we're engineering, and we've engineered. And idle time.
You're not sitting at the truck stop.
I got you. That's huge.
That's huge. And so our claims, we make these super bold claims, and in order to advertise, we have to prove that the claims are true. We don't have the autonomous trucks yet. It's a little bit of a conundrum, right? We actually went to a company called Boundless Impact, and they're a research firm that study what companies are doing from a climate science perspective, and they validate whether or not the claims are true or not. And they rate the companies on a scale of 1 to 10. So we had to give them all of our science, all of our models, all of our math, all of that. And they studied it. And from a score of 1 to 10, 10 being great, 1 being poor, they assigned us a 10. And so what that means is the shipper now has a valid conversation to have with their marketplace. Yep. And they can do it publicly without being accused of greenwashing. Because if we just make the claims and we don't have proof, then they're going to go, it's huge. So now they can go and say, I have a 5-year plan for how to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 22% from the diesel marketplace that we're purchasing our transportation from.
Now that's big, because we see that today from all the shippers today.
Yeah, it's
more
prevalent than ever, right?
Yeah, you're even seeing it now from the banking issues. We were saying we need to know what they're going to do before we lend money out. It's real. It's 100%. Hey, well, I want to thank you. I'm going to tell you this too. If you ever run out of reasons or that machine that says, why are you doing this? Let me give you my wife's number. She does it to me all the time. Why are you doing that? So I'll give you her number. She'll help you out. Yeah, right? Hey, this is BCB Live. I want to thank you guys for being part of our show. Thank you for what you're doing. Great announcement. We love the technology. Thank you for doing what you do here. Everybody, but Don, you're going to have to say it. Your name, you got to say this is BCB Live, the safest station in the nation.
I'm Don Christensen, and I'm on BCB Live, the safest station in the nation.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, guys. We
All
appreciate
right, and we're off. There we go.
Super.